Hello. Right. This one's gonna be a fun one, I think. Just kind of figure out the composition first. I do know what I want to do. I have the visual in my mind. Okay, let's just set up some basic stuff first, like prerequisites. And then I'll start making stuff. I think I'll start with the tree. And I'll use a skin modifier for this. Just for a simple shape at first, and then I will sculpt the details. Okay. So what I'm doing now is basically giving it a basic shape, and then once I'm done with it, I will kind of merge it together, so it's like one object. Good afternoon, rich man. I don't know why it showed the message twice on the side, actually. Okay. So I have some reference up here, you guys don't really see it, but it's just a bunch of trees. So I will just be looking at them as I do this. Okay. Let's have like some layering going on. Could also do this here. Oh, it's just easy on Blender due to the plugin. You mean geoscatter? Even without geoscatter, like if you mean distributing the foliage, you can still do it pretty easily with geometry nodes. It's not really hard. I think I'll just make a bunch of these, or maybe have some kind of go outwards like this on these intersections. Just make it look natural. Could also smooth these, like the actual lines here, by giving it another subdivision, or at least maybe moving this one here, and then making another one, like that. So now this curve is like curvier, as you can see. I should also turn on cavity, maybe. But I guess that doesn't matter in the X-ray mode. Yeah, it just helps with depth. We don't have to worry about like these right now, because they will be remeshed anyways later on. The thing that kind of sucks at the moment is I'm not able to see where the the plane is when I'm doing this in X-ray mode. Maybe I could do just need some material for this to work. Or alpha. Yeah, that works. I think that should work. Wait, hold on. I should have done this the other way around. I should give this faded look to the actual tree. That still doesn't matter, I guess, because I cannot see the points like I can with X-ray mode. Alright, that's fine. I could also have like another camera, maybe, like this. And this way I can control where I have these at. So this is the surface level on this green line. So I should try to keep it there. I'll be right back. I'm back. Just kind of following the guide right now, or I guess the reference pictures. I think this is a bit much, so I'll trim down the thickness here. I'll have them kind of go outwards a lot, covering as much ground as possible. That's starting to look like a tree. I'd also turn down the detail a little bit while I work on this, just so that it doesn't feel sluggish. Random shapes. One second. The electricity just went out for a second, so I'm waiting for my monitor to turn back on. There we go. Right. Let me look at more images here so I can know what to do. I mean, the general shape is there already. I could remesh this now. I'll just duplicate it just to have the original in case I don't like this. Okay. So visual geometry to mesh. Okay, now I have this. And if I go to sculpt mode and I do remesh, like, I don't know, 1 centimeter. Yeah, maybe that was a bit much. Yep, that is way too much. Holy. Maybe like 5. Perhaps I should make this smoother before I remesh it entirely. About 8. So, well, I think that's actually good. Okay, so now I'll just smooth stuff. Right, now it would be good if I could use my tablet for this, but I then wouldn't be able to see the stream chat and other stuff, so I think I'll just use my mouse for this. Alright, I'm just going to decide on like what brush I want to use. Get a pen tablet, yeah. Currently just using it as a second monitor, I mean, like a second screen, where I have OBS and other stuff on. Let me just add some random brush strokes here and there. I wanted to get into drawing. I got Huion. That's nice. Yeah, I think Huion has some like budget-friendly options. I have a XP pen. I think I'll just try to follow the shapes. I think that would make sense organically. Perhaps I should give it a bit more detail, maybe like 1 more centimeter. Maybe a bit more, 5. And then, like, after I'm done with the general details, I need to make like a hole over here where there's gonna be some sort of a creature inside with like yellow glowing eyes. But overall, I want to make this feel like fantasy vibe, kind of calm looking, but at the same time unnerving because of the horror elements to it. I like this type of flow. I think it looks nice. But I think I will make these parts with the trunks, or whatever these are called, kind of flow upwards like this. So they have a bit of a shape compared to other parts of the tree. Maybe have it like this. I think making stuff like this is kind of easy in the sense that it's supposed to be random, because that's how nature is. These also have like these, I don't even know what to call them. They kind of look like joints wherever there's an intersection or a point where a branch kind of moves a different way. Like here you would have it, but I don't have much detail there. I'll give it a bit more detail, maybe like one more here. Yeah, this looks ridiculous right now, but for like, if it's just like a image, it doesn't really matter. think I'll add a bit more lines coming out of these later, but for now this is fine. I could probably remesh this. Remeshing basically kind of normalizes the wireframe, because right now if I'm gonna be like, if I keep doing this, eventually these are gonna stretch a lot. So to normalize that, you gotta remesh it. But yeah, it also just adds more detail if you're gonna increase that manually. And it also merges different like detached parts together. I think this is looking pretty good so far. For a tree, that is. Kind of windy today, so I keep having to open the window because it closes itself. I think that's good so far, and then I will just make a hole over here where this creature is gonna be at. Alright, let's see. I guess either I could use a boolean or I could just do it by hand. Like this. So the Majora's Mask vibes. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. And I will make these edges kind of defined. So these, I guess, that can work. Now let's just pull it down a little bit. We'll pull in as well. Like this. It has to be enough for there to be like a dark shadow. Just gonna add a bit more details. Okay. Right, so that's that. Now let me check what camera composition I would like. It has to be close, but not to the point of the tree being the only thing in the view. I want some trees in the back as well. And maybe some foreground elements like foliage being defocused. That could be good. Then I also want to have some sun, or I guess, what do you call that? Moon rays? Like just God rays coming down from the moonlight. And some dust floating in the air, just to make it look more whimsical and dreamy. I mean, those are like post-processing stuff, but yeah, that will come afterwards. Sorry about that. That was my microphone stand that isn't... I guess it needs to have some oil for it to not creak. Alright. I could use a tree generator for the rest of the trees, because they're not going to be too visible, I guess. So, let's see, where was this? Supposed to be in... oh wait, no, actually, curve. There you go. Sapling. There it is. Can't really see it like this, though. So maybe if I do this... and then F9, there we go. Let's see what we have here. Well, that kind of sucks. Okay, I guess I'll have to do this. No, not that. This. And I cannot bring it up back anymore. Alright, let's just do this again. And see what we have. I want to have longer trees, like maybe that kind of thing. Or this could work as well. And I don't like the branches to be drooping like that though. So let's see if I can fix that. Branch radius, no. It has to be somewhere here. Oh, it's like, okay, so it's not one tree, it's like multiple splits, I guess. Alright, that... we don't really need that though. I guess I'll maybe have to use this branch growth. I would like some more branches. If I can find where it is. I think it's any of these. That's just the length of the tree. I don't know what pruning is, so that's also not enabled. Branches. I think it's, yeah, it's this. Okay, so there has to be a way to maybe make them go down like that. Leave this at 16, and what else do we have? Oh, no, we don't want to split that. With height, levels. I do like this actually. Trunk height. Yep, something like this. Hold on. That can work. Although I think the story mentioned there being oak trees, and I think it's better to have those, but I can have these too. Why not? Okay. So this is pretty low poly as is. Yeah, that should be okay. Let's just call this, I don't know, 3, 1. I'll put this in a collection, and then I'll try another one as well alongside this. So curve, sapling tree generator. Nothing really changes here, so I'll leave this be. That's just a general scale. Let me try a different one. No, not like this. Something like that could work. Okay, nothing changes there. We're really just gotta mess with the different values to see what changes what. Paper crown, okay. Alright. Trying to find where this base trunk is at, so I can change the height of it. That's for the branches. Okay. This could work too, and maybe I could just change this manually rather than from here. Could give it some leaves as well, perhaps. Why not? I'll make them a bit bigger, and I would like to have a bit more of them. Hey Georgie, another creepy forest this time, yep. Except this time there's gonna be a creature inside of a tree with glowing eyes. Okay. Leaf object. No, I don't want to change that actually. It was gonna give me its own options. That sounds cool as hell. Yeah, it's not gonna be constant, it's gonna be occasional. Like, I guess I will make it have just open its eyes randomly throughout the thing. Have you figured out what would that creature be? It's just a pair of glowing eyes, basically. That's all you will see. Okay. Horizontal leaves. Okay. Scale variation. Oh. Oh, the leaves actually don't follow, so that's not good. I guess I'll just take them off then. Fine. Okay, so we have these two for now. And then there's the main tree, which is this. Okay. Then I also wanted to have some leaves on the ground, but that could maybe be achieved with the texture rather than actual leaves. So I think I'll do that, but let me distribute these trees now in the background. Okay. Maybe I should have a separate plane for this, but I don't know. Okay. This general subdivision so I can use some weight painting like this, and then I will just go to geometry nodes here, good points. That's a lot. What does weight painting do? It just lets you define where you want stuff to go, basically, whatever it is. This much should be okay. I'll maybe turn this up. And then I'll bring in the trees. Instances on points. Then we put this here. Okay, that's a lot. Hold on. Okay. So now I need to make it so that they only appear wherever I painted it to appear. So I just do this. And now we just need to join these together. Like that. Yep, that's the Zelda OST playing in the background. Alright. Let me check how this looks like with a human. Like this. It's a bit much, so I think I'll make this smaller. There's this. That should be okay. Maybe this is a little much though. Okay. I think that's a bit better. Just a bit. Okay. Then I don't know why this is down here. Actually, I do know why that's down there. The origin point should be like right there. Okay, so I guess rotation randomization time. Okay, there we go. And I'll also have some scale variation. Okay, that's fine. Not by much, just like enough for it to be different. Okay. Alright, now I think I'll turn up the density. Oh wait, that's the wrong one actually. Something like... I think like this should be okay. If I add a bit more. Like that. Okay, what else? I guess I'll deform this place, deform the ground a little bit. I guess this is okay. Alright, so next I'll turn this back on. Alright, so we have this general idea. I think next I'll do some texturing and lighting, and also some fog. Let's do a simple gradient. Gradient texture. And then I'll just check how this looks here. So this needs to go kind of like this. There we go. And now I can change the colors. So typically, the top part should be the darker one. So we can flip these and pick a color. And then just have this go down a little bit. Okay. I think I'll have to stretch this a little bit, to be honest, because it's kind of hard to make it work properly, usually, with just the color ramp and whatever else. I guess that's actually okay though. I think if I leave it like that and then just move it downwards, it should be okay. I don't think I should bother with stars because you won't really see this. This is just for the ambient lighting. Okay, so that's there. I think... Okay, I need to move this down because there's a gap. There we go. So I'm gonna try to not have any gaps here so that there's no light going inside here. It needs to be basically pitch black. Okay, next let's do some basic lighting. Maybe spotlight, I guess. Okay, so this is gonna be tilted, kind of, but before I do that, actually, I think I want to give it texture. So let's do that. Turn this down. Alright. I'll grab one of my Gobo textures. Oh, I guess maybe this. Wait, what? Oh, use nodes. There it is. Okay. Now you can see that up here, there. So those are just shadows, basically, of just a texture, like a tree trunks, whatever it is. I may need to adjust this though. Alright, that works so far. And then I also want some gradient light, maybe, for the trees in the background. Perhaps maybe like an area light could be good. I'll test. I may need to do this individually for each tree, I think. Oh. So it's a bit too strong right now. Let's say, I don't know, maybe that one, for example. Then, where is it? Here, I think it's like this one. A bit hard to operate around these, because there's just too much going on. But it's okay. Maybe like just a faint lighting would be fine for those in the back. Alright, I'll just copy the same light temperature. There we go. And then I also need to add some fog to this. But I am not sure if I should add it now or later. I think I could just work on textures first, question mark. Let's see. Okay. These trees are also kind of grayish from the images that I'm looking at. Like a darker gray, kind of. Maybe a little bit of green. Speaking of green, I should add some moss to this later. Okay. Then I also need to add some grass as well to this. For the eyes, I could just do just like simple UV sphere is gonna work, but I want them to be kind of like this. And then just move it here, use mirror. Okay, now it's there. Let me just grab a human model real quick and just compare. Okay, much smaller, and then around that point should be okay. You can kind of see it right there. Could probably turn on better quality for this right there. So it's going to be a bit more sharp this way. Okay, and as for the animation, I think I'll simply just use a gradient, maybe. Like that, maybe. That could work. Then just give it a color ramp. Not there though, here. Maybe this is a bit too bright, because it's like illuminating that, so I'll just turn this down. Something like that should be okay. Yeah, that looks pretty cool so far. Next, I think I'll add some displacement to the tree, not too much. Size. That's a bit much. Okay. I think for the ground, I'll just find a texture. Open this up again. I should find something to put here so it doesn't keep closing randomly. Let's find maybe ground. Leaves. Something like this could work. Wait, let me check. I don't know what else going on here. I don't think we need displacement. Okay. This works better, so I guess I'll go with this. Okay. I don't know if this is working properly. This one, I mean, it has a normal map, but doesn't feel like it's working. What if I do a bump? No. Okay. Alright, what else do we have? That looks pretty good. I feel like this is gonna be really heavy, because it says it's a scan. Okay. I could also mix two textures. Let's try maybe this one. Doesn't really look like there's leaves, but I just thought it looked like mud, like just dirt. So I'm just gonna try that, see how it goes. Okay. Okay, I think we might need to use actual leaves here. Yeah. Turn this off. And I'll maybe need to add a bit more displacement to this. Which might be a bit much. I could also like separate this line, so I have these trees separately and they're not affected by the detail. So let's try. That could work. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. And I'll just give the trees like a dark material. That looks pretty good so far. Okay, I guess I'll try to add some fog, see how that goes. I'll try in the foreground first, where they have this light. This will be a bit hard to do. And I'm just thinking maybe I should add the glow rays later in post, honestly. We'll see. I don't know. Just seems a bit easier. Yeah, I mean, I could maybe have it on the ground level, like this, and then... Okay, 1 second. It's kind of like a layer, I guess, of a mist. That can work. I just need the noise texture. Let me check it here. So I know there's like different areas for the smoke, or I guess fog. But there's kind of a harsh cutoff that happens. So I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just close the window. Oh, now I need a gradient. Let me actually just plug this in directly to see what's happening. That's still a harsh cutoff. Okay. equip this. So currently it's at the bottom, that it's like fading. But we need the other way around, like this. And for some reason, it's not exactly the same. Like, I don't know why that happens, you know. Like, do I need to scale it and then move it like this? I mean, I guess that kind of worked. But it is not easy. Okay, well, let me just redo this. 1 second, Radiant. Yeah, I never really understood why inverting a color isn't consistent when it comes to black and white in Blender. Like, this isn't supposed to be happening, you know? This cutoff. Okay, well, in that case, what if... So this shouldn't be here either. It'll be here. Okay, can I just, like... No. Alright, let me try to use a different one here then. Let's see if any of these work. You know what if I just leave it as is and then like rotate it? It just doesn't want to work this way, huh? Alright. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know what else is there. Like, I don't think these are gonna do anything for me, right? No. Confused. Okay. Damn. Okay, that works. Hello, Professor. I'm just making a backdrop as usual. Yeah. Let's try do this and then... No. This is a bit better. At least. Just a bit. And then let's try to mix these two. I don't think that's the correct... Oh wait, this one's the one. Well, let me check how that looks. Yeah, that's better. I'm hyped for this story. Apparently the boys really liked it. That's nice. Yeah, it's a nice one. I liked it as well. Let's add some temporary effects, see how they look, and also decide what kind of color scheme I want with this. I want to try something though. What if I do, like, I just give it this, and then I just pick random colors in between, see how they look like. I do like this style as well, but I don't think that's what they want to go with, obviously. This looks like a heat map. Alright, let's see. I think that just darkened it a lot. Yeah. That's weird. Okay, let's just... I guess I'll just use this. Okay. That's not too bad so far. I do like this though. Almost, I don't know why, but this reminds me of kind of a vintage look that some photos have. Alright, I'll keep it so, like, for now, see how it looks in the end. Okay, curves. Okay, glow, actually wait, glare. I recently also learned some tricks in emulating a VHS tape, and I want to try that with this, see how it looks. I think it's going to be nice. This might be a bit much, so I'll turn down the grading a little bit. I'll mess around with it, see what works better. Okay. I should add some shadows. I kinda wanna make a shadow that looks like a hand, maybe. Not like exactly like a hand, but a hand made out of branches. I think that could be cool. Oh wait, that's... Yikes. Okay. Alright, these are not supposed to be inside of this collection. There we go. I'll just take this one and make it look like a hand. Looking great so far, thank you. Just testing, seeing how it looks. That's pretty cool. Hope you've been good. Yep, I've been pretty good. Hope you've been good as well. Okay. Turn down the light a bit more. Not sure actually. I think the grading is changing the color a little too much. So it's like not blue anymore. But I can make it blue. Or perhaps, yeah, something like this, I guess, for now. No, that's too much actually. Let me just see something. Playing any games? Yeah. Labyrinth of the Demon King, and also Soma. I got one game yesterday called Sword of the Sea, but it doesn't run great, so I'm just waiting for it to be fixed. So we'll do some chromatic aberration, separate color, line color, I'll duplicate this. I think I want to have less of a perfect fall off here. I think I'll use maybe leaves or something like that as a shadow, so I can break it up a little bit. Build stuff. What else do we have? Guess this can work. So far. Yeah, I think I like that, with the leaves being the edges of this light. Maybe I should start putting down some grass. Why not? Let's see. Cutters selected. Yep. Let's do that. Okay, so now I just need to reduce this in geometry so it doesn't blow up my program. Okay, so decimate. No, not that one. Oh wait, no, that was the one. So that was a different one. Okay, so 0.1. I think we can go lower than that, but let's start with this. Copy modifiers. Okay, maybe let's try 0.06. Yep, still visible. That's good. I think I'll keep it like that. And then I guess I could apply it, but I think it's okay if it's not applied. But for the sake of consistency and less problems later on, I should probably do it. Okay. Next, turn it off. And then I'll just have, I guess, grass. And then just paint it on here. And let's use the weight paint, weight mask, grass, there you go. Turn this up. Turn up the randomization of the scale. Okay. We only really care about this front area, so I'll just focus on that. And let's see, let's turn this all the way up, honestly. See how that looks. Yeah. Pretty good. And I think I'll have some in the back as well, but not as much. Okay, so one thing that I'm not sure how to do with G-scatter is like, how do I put existing like collections in here? To create a system, select objects or assets and click scatter selected. Or click the library icon to open the asset browser to access. Yeah, I know that. But how do I use this? Oh, maybe. Oh. Is this it? And then I guess make another one, grass. Yep, okay, that was easy. So now I just need to paint like there. I guess it's already painted. Oh wait, that shouldn't be happening. Oh. How do we avoid that? Geometry nodes. No, that this is for the trees. But I don't know how to not have the grass be on the trees from this. Okay, that's interesting. I guess one way that I could do this is if I just basically not have that, and instead of this I can add it from geoscatter, which would make things easier, I guess. Yeah, call this grass, and then let's just do this first, and then I'll just we make another one. Weight paint. Wait, can I not like add more? Oh. That's literally, I don't know if you can see it, but I have a Blender has stopped working window. I've never had that before. But it was like a crash window. There we go. Right back where I was. That's good. Okay. Okay, so how do I add more? I mean, I can do that, sure. I guess I'll just do that, sure, why not? Tree. Not grass. Do this, and then we need trees. God. That's bad. Okay. 0.01. There we go. Yeah, that works. A bit laggy though. Give me a second. 5 maybe, or 4. I think that's basically what I had. Okay, so delete this then, because we don't need it. And I suppose I could also decimate this. 0.1. Okay, that's too much. 0.2. I may need to turn this into a geometry, actually. We only really need a silhouette, so it's fine if it's like not the most detailed thing ever. Okay, let's try geometry to mesh. Okay, good. Let's do the same for you. That's too much. That's... I'll go 0.35. No, it's still the same. Honestly, I think it's fine. Yeah, whatever. There we go. Okay, so now let's change this a bit. Not on this though, we need it on trees, because I don't want trees to be looking really small. We need it to be about the same size, but not like, basically not too small. Then the grass, I'll make it, first of all, bigger, so 1.5 like the foreground. Turn this up. Also turn the same thing up here. Oh wait, that's not the right one. There we go. Yep. Okay. And now I just turned this density up so that it just basically covers it right there. I want it to be, you can see this line right there. I kind of want it to be covering at that point. So let's do that. Grass. Can't really do much from up here. Okay. I'll try to remove the areas that aren't exactly visible. So I'll just basically remove these parts because they're directly behind the tree. Optimization is very important. Okay, let's try that. Oh boy, okay. We have radioactive grass now, So this happens sometimes. I don't know why it happens, but it just resets the color space of the grass. But usually when I pick it manually, it doesn't change back, so let's just do that. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be in the render view for this. I'll just wait for it. Turn this off, and I'll just correct these. We want to have this. Let's see. Yep, just how it was. Alright, now I also have a light source right there, and I'm thinking maybe I could have a highlight for this grass here. But for that, I think I'll need to select these and select that one. Go to shading, light linking, new, add the grass. So now this light source only affects the grass, which means I can do stuff like that. Okay. I think I'll reduce it a bit. Yeah, like this much is okay, I think. And let's maybe make the trees slightly brighter. And let's give them more of a this color. Okay. Okay. Been pretty good so far. I could turn down the vignette a little bit though. I think it's a bit much. Fine. Did I make this tree also like brown color maybe? Thinking. And I want to have this bump a bit more extreme, I think, because I don't think it is right now. That's a bit too dissolved. I think there has to be some sort of a shape. Yeah, this is having a really hard time rendering for some reason. Let me just limit some stuff in here. Where's the simplify? There it is. So maybe 512 on both of these, and yeah, that should be it. I may need to reload this project though, if this doesn't load properly. Okay, it loads. Good. Let's also have some maybe flowers. I usually go with these because they're pretty good visually. Let's do that. Okay. And then let's give that one its own weight paint. Yeah, this is getting pretty heavy. Okay, so lower, let's see, scale. There it is. Okay. Right, let's add some halation, I guess. Why not? See how that looks like. Maybe like before this. Okay, separate color. Okay, we got this. Next, I need to blur it. So just add a blur node. Do this, and then we just combine it back to this. And I need to put the halation below here. Put this on lighten, and now you can kind of see it right there, but it's not really applying it the way I want to have it be applied. Like, this is kind of just overlaying it, where in reality it's supposed to kind of go like around the edge, kind of. But I think if I add, let's see, so if I add maybe another one somewhere here, I don't know which one exactly, but yeah, something like this, so that there's like just the outline. And let's try this. Okay, not quite. Yeah, maybe the colors aren't really matching that well. Right, so yeah, it's not gonna work here, but I will do a better job in DaVinci when I have it there. So that's okay. Still not sure if I like this. I don't think so. I think I need to make it a bit more blue. Perhaps let's not mess with the gain and just mess with the gamma instead. Still trying to dial in the look I want to go with this. Still not sure. I think the tree needs to be darker, that's for sure, because right now it looks a bit odd. Something like that, I guess. And then maybe I could add like a rim light to it, perhaps, so that there's silhouette definition. And let's try maybe making the environment dimmer. I don't know about that. Okay, what if I also have a sunlight source that is just gonna be like a moonlight of like the overall, basically everything. But I don't know, let's see how this looks first. That does look pretty good, I would say. Okay, so maybe let's try to turn off this one. Just a tiny difference, that's okay. And then, should I keep this, or should I maybe use a lighten method of this? Let's check. So, this is a bit much, I think. Maybe. I just adjust it and see how it looks. That's pretty good. Okay, what if I change this from bloom to streaks? See what this does. Well, I know what it does, but we gotta know if it looks good. Okay. Not a bad effect if I make it a bit more subtle. Alright. Filter, let's see. Okay, not bad so far. Let's see what else here. I'm gonna add another light source. Point. Right. Let's go here. There. Perhaps I should turn down some of these meshes right now, temporarily. Optimization, yeah, just a bit, like for now, so I kind of work. And let's just move this one behind the tree, just enough for there to be a highlight right there. I need to experiment a bit. Okay, that looks pretty cool though, doesn't it? This reminds me, I don't know what I'm trying to think of right now, but it reminds me of some older, like, comic book type illustrations. Okay, let's see what happens if I turn back these. Okay, that's not bad. Alright. Maybe I should actually make the trees kind of less than what they are right now. Let's try. Distribution, let's see, maybe. Okay, what if I do this? I kind of like it, you know. I think I've noticed that having a pure white light in compositions, or I guess renders, it helps to kind of neutralize the look so it doesn't become too overbearing with the colors. Okay, let's also add some depth of field. This off. Okay. Okay, and then maybe, let's see, turn up the vignettes, but let's make it go a bit to the left side. Okay, let me see. It would be nice. Okay, I can rotate it actually. Yeah, that's good. Let's see. I think something like that could work. Okay, how do I... something like this. It's about like 5 or something. Yeah, that can work. Then maybe I could turn this down a little bit so it's not too bright. As well as this light source here. I think for like the background, like this side, I could just use like a forest image or something that is darkened, just so that I can avoid using a lot of geometry. Alright, let me see if I have anything like that here. I think I used, wait, maybe from the Flesh Guide backdrop. I think maybe I have it there. I don't know though. Let me check. But there's also like, no, actually, I'm just gonna look for like an image and drop it here. Rest, let's see, images, transparent. Okay. Just looking for an image. Actually, okay, let's try here. This had something fake tree. Yeah, I could just use these as well. Taking a little bit. That's at 75%. I'll just have these in the background, and then I think I'll add some bushes. Maybe some in the foreground as well. Yeah. Wait for this. I guess the server connection isn't that great, assuming, because this is like 18 megabytes, so it shouldn't take that long, technically. Probably the server connection. Yeah, there we go. God damn, this is laggy. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so I need to fix the color for this. All of these are different, so I guess I'll have to do all of these separately. But you know what? I think if the shape is the same, I don't think this really matters. Because I can just use this. Why is it so laggy though? What the hell? Okay. Yeah, I may need to either use something else or maybe reload the project. Okay. Goddamn. Alright, you guys can't see it, but the whole window is like dead. So let's open it back up. Alright, let me try this again. Wait, I gotta fix these now. Go here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Now let's try to basically spam this alongside the line here. So let's do that. Yeah, I don't need to have this empty here though. Okay, obviously this looks bad, but I will just fix that by just selecting random ones and moving them like in different locations and stuff. Okay, just 1 second. Let's actually just have just the alpha, honestly, like this one. I'll just use this as a transparency. So take this here, and we just need transparent BSDF. And I need to invert this now. And now it's just kind of a silhouette, which is what I want. And then I'll simply just pick random ones here. I can't really see it from that angle, so I'll just click on random ones and then move them up. And then we just kind of select these, pull them down. Okay, now I need to turn up the transparency passes, the light paths here, so that we don't have those like cubes, or not cubes, but squares. So if I go here, now it's fixed. Alright, that's cool. What else do we have? Maybe turn off the light over here that I put. I had it like highlighting these areas right there. I'm not sure if I should have this be only visible on the grass or if I should have it for everything. I guess I'll check. So that way the fog is also illuminated, which can be a cool effect. Let's make it blue, kinda, so it's like a moonlight. I feel like the leaves that I had here as shadows aren't really there anymore, so let me see if I can make that work again. But I would assume it's because now I have grass, so that's probably breaking it up a bit more. Still visible on the tree though, so that's good. Okay, that's fine. Okay. What if I have this light source kind of like... Oh wait, that's a cool effect, actually. Because it helps with the silhouette as well. Like right there, around the tree in the back. That works. I don't like how it's affecting this tree. So maybe if I select the tree from this collection, I don't know which one it is, but I'll just do both. And then go to this area light. That, then deselect them. So now the trees aren't being affected, but everything else is. Right, I wanted to put some moss on this as well. I think I'll just do it using a texture and see how that goes. So let's see. So I'll just like pick different spots where I want this to be at. It's a bit hard to see where I'm painting with this. Yeah. Okay, well. I guess, you know what, I could isolate this and then bring in the color attribute here. then just preview this, turn this off. Okay, there it is. And then I will use this as a mask. So, okay, let's say I got another principled BSDF. Saving the project takes a while for some reason. Then we take this one, plug it in here, and now this is acting like a mask. Pop these out. And I guess I could just make this real quick. Whatever looks like moss. I guess maybe a Voronoi texture could work. I'm just testing it. Okay, and then I also need this to be not so harsh. I'll just define a general like area where I want these to be, I guess. And then I'll refine them. Basically like painting, but in 3D. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Yeah, maybe I should also give these trees some bump as well. Let's see. I think that could work. And then perhaps I could like displace them a little bit, so it's not like perfectly just going upwards like this, like that. I'll check. But I think I'll have to make sure that it's just this area. I guess that's as good as we'll get it. Then we go here, and now only this is being displaced, well, supposedly. Okay. Yeah, I guess that can help. Doesn't have to be like a lot, just a little bit is okay. Just have it like that. Select this, same thing basically, but for this one instead. So copy modifiers. Yeah. Okay. Now, should I turn up the blur or should I have it the way it is the question. Or the depth of field on the camera. Let's try 1.4. This is 2.8. I mean, it's a marginal difference, but still. Maybe 1. You just gotta be careful with it, because if you do it too much, then it starts looking like a miniature. Like if I do this. Like that's too much. And I guess I could just add some quick stars in the background, so let me do that. Scene world. We just take a noise texture. Color ramp. Scale. Duplicate this. Do this. This one's gonna be like smaller. Then you just mix these two like that, and then you mix these with the sky. Oh, that's... oh yeah, that's good. Okay, and now I can just adjust. Doesn't have to be too much, like a subtle effect is fine. Yeah, this will be a bit tough to actually show, but I think we can make it work. Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't have to be in your face type effect. Okay. I think I'll just render an image out and see what type of effects I'll have it for it in the mainstream. Okay. Let's render this out, and then I'll switch to DaVinci. I think that's good. Try 512, and then 0.03. That should be fine. Okay, and then I swap to my display. Hold on, what the hell? There we go. Okay. Render time. Hopefully everything is intact. I feel like this isn't on the ground. I think I'll have to fix that. Yeah, we don't want any more than this. First. Oh. Okay, that's a problem. I forgot to not have the effects. And I guess while I'm at it, let me check this part. Yeah, I'll just like move this down quickly. Check real quick. Perhaps I could also move this one down. Okay, that's a bit rough. I think a little bit is okay. I think. Because, I mean, could be lifted, I guess, why not? There we go. Okay, now let's render it. I think as a foundation, this is pretty good. I will just see how it will look like after I add some effects and etc. Whatever else I will add. Okay, I think I want to add some gutter rays, some lens dirt. I'm not sure if I want to add a lens flare, but it could be good. We'll see. Okay, so that should be good now. Yep. Okay. Let's open up DaVinci. Okay. Alright, so usually I do this type of stuff in the color tab, but right now I'm thinking maybe I should just do it in Fusion. Because I think Dehancer should be here. Yeah. Because everything that is in the color tab is also in the Fusion tab. So I'll just do that. So first off, let's pick the proper conversion here. I hope this works because usually it has some hard time doing its job. Yep, that works. Okay, do I want sRGB though, or do I want Rec 709 is the question. For now, I'll go with this. I'll just see what happens later on. Okay, so we have this here. And I think the first thing I want to do actually is light rays. So let me see how I can do that. I'm thinking maybe using a fast noise like this. Turn up the detail or whatever. Okay. And then I want to mask this out. Like maybe just a portion like this. And then, okay, let's do light rays on top of this. Okay, so here it is. And then length. Let's move this one higher. Actually, I can't really move it like that. Then let's do transform. And let's move it like this. So that's gonna go out of the frame. But that's what we want to have happen. I just need to make the border kind of bigger, I guess. Which... how was that done again? Border... I used the effect before. I just don't remember what it was. Let me just search it up. Okay. Alright, can't I maybe just do this, like have a background and then... but no, I can't really change the resolution of that, can I? No. Increase. I guess maybe resolution. Fusion. Maybe increase, I don't know, like... or one node fusion. Or maybe like, okay, no, that's not gonna work. Let's see. Resize, and then just turn this up, but then that's also gonna stretch it, which is bad. I guess if I have it like this, and then just make this one smaller. This is not technically bigger than this, so it should work, I think. So we just need to move this away. Then maybe do not from a location but as an angle. I think that's gonna make my life easier. So like this. And then if I just make this combined with the original, like that. Now we have some gutter rays. And now I can just screen, and there it is. And now I can also change the color to whatever I want. Okay, maybe if I just pick a color. No, that's not gonna work. Okay. Wonder if there's a way to add more detail to this, because I don't think so. Yeah, this will work for now. That's okay. Then, okay, so I guess why not? Let's try this. Hello, Carioso. Okay, let's see what's interesting from these. Typically I use the add blending mode, but I don't really have that option here. But I could also just use like this one, which is similar, but it has more operations, I guess. So let's just do this one. I'm just gonna swap them out, essentially. So do that, do this, see what this looks like, and then let's do add. Okay, so now with this, plug this into here. Yeah, I guess I can just mess with this now from that side. Okay. This will need a lot of tinkering as usual, so I'm not gonna be able to do everything like in one go. Okay, that's pretty good so far. Let me just give this a quick vignette. There's too many stories that involve spooky trees. Guess I'll be surprised again this week, yeah. That is true. Okay, let me just mess with this for a bit. Okay, full screen clear. I don't think we need any of this, so do this. And then, actually, I do want to have this separate. There we go. So, we need this to be there, just this. The reason why I want it to be like this is because I want it to be blurred. Which blur to use though, I mean, sure, why not? This is just a bit heavy for this, it feels like. Okay, this is actually not the one I was thinking of, so let me check what this one is. Okay. Lens blur, let's try this one. This one is more hexagonal, but we want it to be round. I think this one keeps its shape a bit better, or I guess it's more defined. So I'll use this above this one. Screen, alright, okay. Blur spot, honestly I might not even use this. Starburst, I just want like this side for the most part. Global scaling, I'll turn this down. Just checking, I might not even use this, but we need to see if it fits or not. There are also some presets that I could check, see what looks good. I think I like that, but I would like to not have whatever this is, the fill area of it. I guess maybe it's inside of this, perhaps. There you go. Okay. Position, okay. Yeah, I mean, these are pretty straightforward. I just need to figure out what I like. Okay. I'm not sure how to reset this wheel specifically. I don't know, it doesn't really work when I double click it, because usually that's how you reset these types of things, but it doesn't really work here. Okay. And I think this just overall doesn't work as well as the one in the color tab. At least that's what it feels like. Okay. Alright, maybe let's hold off on this for now, and then let's check maybe Dehancer, see how that goes. Although I think I would need to convert this inside of nodes and not like this. So I need ASYS transform so that it's in like Rec 709, because that's what Dehancer uses. I can pick either one, like Rec 709 or sRGB, so I'll check which one works better. Usually sRGB is a bit more contrasted. I don't know where this is. Should be here. Oh wait, this one needs to be ASYS CG. And then this is Rec 709. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Alright, now we just check. But like this also feels wrong for some reason. Oh, the print is what's causing it to kind of blow out of proportions. Okay. But why though? Oh, there we go. Just needed to... So the profiles aren't picked in Fusion, I see. So you just gotta pick it manually. Okay. Now, let's see what we have here. I like how that looks as well. I think from what I'm looking at right now, I should maybe make the background darker, because I don't like how you can see this. Okay, I will keep this one in mind, since it's still 50D. Also, isn't there like a note here? Yeah, there's. How can I? Oh, since it's still 50D. So I like that one. Let's see what else there is. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it's either this one or this one. I think. Actually, I know it's a tough choice. I feel like. I don't know if I want it to be darker. I guess maybe this one can work. They're both good though. Okay. Let's see. Film grain. Okay. We don't want this to mess with the resolution. Okay, so highlights 0, midtones, turn that down. Okay. This down. Even if it's 0, there's still some right there. Yeah, but that's good. I mean, that's what I want, so. It's just, this is good. The subtle grain going on, I like it. Okay, halation. Enable this. If I can even have any, that would be nice. I guess on the eyes, yeah, that works as well. I mean, I would have liked it if I could have had some right there as well, but I guess it's not bright enough. I prefer the slightly darker one. Was it this one? I think it was, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Amplification basically kind of makes the radius bigger. I think that's okay. I mean, it's only on the eyes, but it still gives it a good effect. Weight weave, custom, auto-zoom disabled. This is just for a very slight shape. Okay. Fusion can be pretty heavy at times. Oh wait, the profiles aren't selected. Great. Alright. Maybe I should have this outside of Fusion. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. Maybe that's the play here. So, let's go outside of this. The adjustment clip. And ASUS transform. the answer. OG 500. This one. Okay. I'll have that on so it compresses the highlights. Ventilation, turn that on, custom. It just seems to run a bit better here. That's why I prefer to put this in this area. Okay, so this down, turn this up. Gross limiter 0, smoothness 0. Turn that up. Okay. Next. Film damage, I don't know, maybe actually, why not? Let's try. So, custom. Okay, that's not the correct one, this one. Dust amount, hairs amount. Okay. Just have it really low though on the amount, because I don't want it to be overbearing. It's very subtle, like it's not too much, so that's good. Scale, let's try. I'm just gonna try to make it a bit more visible so I can see where they are. And then what else do we have? Global chroma TCT. What does that mean? Like an RGB split kind of thing? Not sure. Size balance. Okay. Yeah. Alright. This, enable custom, turn this off. Period. I think I don't want it to be too long. I think it's fine if it's really quick. Maybe not that quick though. Okay, let's go back to Fusion. Now the annoying part about working with Aces right now, at least, is that I can't really preview it as a temporary LUT here properly if I'm using it outside. So if I were to try to click here now, pick the correct color spaces and stuff, it doesn't really work. So I just have to use Fusion's default and kind of mess with it by hand. So that sucks. Okay. Now, another thing I wanted to try was VHS emulation, kind of. So let's try that. I'm just trying to remember how it's... There's like specific values that you need to know. So if I plug this into here, then I need another one. Let's move this a bit higher so it's more accessible. Alright, so right now we have 1920 by 1080, and the way VHS works is it has two channels. It's like one is chroma, which is like color, and then the other one is luminance. And the way it does it is it's basically like it stretches the image, like it kind of compresses it really like thin. So if I were to like, it basically does this thing, right? Just really thin like this. So that's how it stores it as an information, and then when you display it, it stretches it back to the original, and that's why you see those kind of faded edges with VHS. Now I think, I'm trying to remember how this was, but I think one of them is divided by 40, if I'm not mistaken, and then the other is divided by 16. There was a video about this. Let me just look that up real quick. Emulating VHS. This video.
Recently, I helped edit a short film which had a comp, which we'll call output. It should have course 2.8 video. That now we need to make another composition to
just find the part.
But that should be what we'll call Luma. Set the frame rate. Don't worry, I'll make this pretty simple. VHS splits an image into two parts: the luminance or brightness and chrominance or color. To save tape, it squeezes the image horizontally, then, when displaying it, stretches it out again and recombines both channels to form the final image. The luminance channel is about half as wide as the original image, and since our eyes are much better at picking out small changes in brightness than small changes in color, the chrominance channel is just 1/16th the width of the final image. Here's the footage we're going to be working with. 5%. Then click this icon here to unlink the horizontal and vertical scaling and make the width half that of the height. It looks weird, but don't worry, we'll fix it soon enough. Now we need to make another composition, and we'll call this one Chroma. This time it should be 1/16th the width of our final video. That's 40 by 480. Place your footage in and scale it as before, but this time scale it horizontally by 1/16th. 45 divided by 16 is 2.8125. Now we make our main comp, which we'll call output. It should of course be a full 640 by 480, and place Luma on the timeline. It should reach from top to bottom if you've done this correctly so far, but we'll need to widen it out. So unlink the scale here and set the width to 200%.
So it basically just
on the timeline
normalizes it
and make the width 1600%. To get the brightness detail of Luma, but still use the color information from Chroma, we're going to set the blend mode of Chroma to color. Now, if you don't see the blend modes, then you right-click over here, go to Columns, and check Modes.
Okay, so that's basically it. So now what I need to do is divide this by half, and then divide this one by 16. So this is chroma, and then that's luminance. Right, so then we need to do another resize. Okay. Which basically, if I look at this right now, hold on. Let's go here instead. So this is the half of that, and that's 16th of that. So now we basically take this and we stretch it back to the original, and then we need to use the chroma on top of this as a color blend mode. But we first need to also stretch this one out like this. So it looks really blurry, but that's kind of the point. And now I need to put this to color. Should be here somewhere. There. So it doesn't, you can't really see it all that well right now. But okay, if I maybe do this. Now it looks like that. Also, welcome back, Professor. So yeah, it's just the general, I guess, rule of thumb, you could call it, for this. And it has helped me with just emulating this kind of style. So props to this person, which I will link the video of here in case you wanna give it a like or save it for later. And now the whole thing looks like that, which I like. But that's not all of it. I still need to add sharpening on top of this. So usually, I guess I could do it in Fusion also, or I could use the emboss effect that I usually use. I'll just check sharpen for now. So that's the effect that we are getting. Like that. And I think that's pretty cool, as it looks like right now. Okay. I think I will just mess around a little bit, though, with some of these layers. I think this one is a bit too bright, so I'll reduce that. Like this much, maybe. Maybe a little bit more. Okay. This much should be okay. And I guess, like, if I'm using this VHS kind of effect, the grain should also be done inside of the comp, so that it doesn't look weird, because the grain also would be stretched. Well, technically you would also kind of do all of these effects before the VHS effect, but for the sake of this program not crashing, I'm just gonna do the main ones. Okay, so film grain, turn that off. Go inside of Fusion, and then basically just have this grain like over here before the VHS. I'll just have this in underlay. And then just grain, film grain. I don't know which one to use. I'll try this one. I don't know if I even have the option to exclude some of them from certain areas, because I want it to be only like in the midtones and shadows, but these don't really have that. Yeah, there was another one though. But there's 3 of these. Advanced controls. Oh, there you go. This one has it. Okay, so no highlight. And then, okay, where's the amount? Grain size? No, that's not it. Grain strength. Okay. Every time I like move around Fusion, it just kind of dies, and I don't like it. Okay, that should be good. And then what else do we have? Saturation maybe? Yeah, I could kind of make some of these colors pop out a bit more. Can I do this? No, can't. That should be okay. I think that looks pretty cool. Okay, maybe let's mess around with the halation though. And also turn down the sharpness. I think that's that would be a good addition to this, because I think this is a bit much right now. And turn this down. Or maybe blend it actually. Like just keep it the same amount, but just kind of fade it. Okay, let me just try. Let's make this like that, and actually, wouldn't sharpening be before? Maybe not. No. Probably not. Okay, let me try emboss. And emboss over. I like this effect as well. I usually use this because it's like one side has a shadow, but the other one has like a highlight kind of effect. Let's see. That's pretty good. Okay, I'll just take a picture of this. I think I don't really like this lens flare though, so I'll maybe mess with that before I do that. Okay. There it is. And blur. I don't know if I don't like the blur or if I don't like the shape. Let me try the other one. And maybe make this closer. And I kind of want this, the God rays to be more prominent. Perhaps I could add this one, erode dilate. I don't know if this is gonna work though, on here. Okay, let me just get rid of this. I don't remember how to do that exactly, but I'll see. Am I not supposed to do this? Okay. Let me actually check, because I don't remember. Unmult DaVinci.
Hi and welcome to Learn. The first one to do is I'm going to right click in the nodes and I'm going to add alpha output. So I'll picker that we're done. And it did.
Yeah, but that's from the core tab.
Footage coming in and what my output's going to be. So make Luma here. So there.
Yeah, I guess why not? Let's just use that. Yeah, that works. And then okay, that doesn't really work as well as I thought. Let's try different modes. Yeah, it doesn't like make it more visible, I guess, like the strength of it doesn't really go up, which was the case in After Effects with the, what is it named? Simple choker it's called. So I guess maybe I should just use the actual brightness of this. Okay, that's probably too much, but let's see. I still think that the bloom is too strong in the corner. I need to think of something for that. Maybe like this much. Let's see. Kinda like it, kinda don't like it. And maybe let's have a bit more vignette in this area. Something like this. And also this. what do you guys think? I think it looks pretty good so far. As like a look, but obviously I need to tinker with some stuff like in the background. Because for example, this, you can see the value for this is brighter than the background, and I think that kind of looks weird. So I'll fix that. Maybe just make that side kind of fade into black a bit better. I'll just send an image of this to CreepCast, see what they think. Okay. I think if you just darken up the background a bit, but otherwise it looks great. Thank you. Yeah, I think so too. That drops. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Should have probably well this one here. I gotta pick. There we go. That should be okay now. Alright, let me send them this. Binary permissions. Alright, let's just do that then, for now. I'm gonna Blender and then switch back to that. Alright, so yeah, I think I'll just make a plane like here and just kind of cover this area. I mean, that already looks better. And another thing I wanted to have is just like bushes in the foreground, or like branches, at least. Yeah, I think I'll just look for a bush here. That looks good. 145 megabytes. Damn, okay. That's quite a bit for a bush. I guess it's the textures. Did this. Is it this one? Yeah. I don't know why it's in the G-scatter collection. That shouldn't be the case. Let's move this out. Okay. So LOD 0, LOD 1, LOD 2. So I guess that's like the lower resolution, and this is the higher one. I just want like one of them. Select everything though first. Select objects. Oh, there's like smaller ones as well. I'll just do this and just have this one. That works. It's very subtle, but it's good. And maybe let me just make the ground darker. Okay, let's see how this will look like. Right, I also have to add some particles in the air and then have them loop properly. So I'll do that as well. And another thing I'm thinking of is just having the shadows kind of move a little bit. I think that's really good. And maybe also the foliage. So we will need to separate the background as a layer, and then have this one, like this tree and the grass in front, and then this one also on a separate layer. So the background is just going to be static. This part is going to be animated, and maybe this one as well. Yeah, I think that can work pretty well. So we'll see. And now let me just get back to DaVinci to see how this looks like. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should just remove the lens flare. I think that could be better. Okay. Now another thing is particles. Let's see if I remember how this works. Okay, there they are. Okay. Now I just need to make sure that these things are gonna move a certain way, like that. Also, we need to have them kind of go downwards. And we definitely do not need so many of them. Okay, lifetime can be high actually, just the number we can turn down. Okay, and then we also need angle variance, I guess. Yeah, okay. Then we want slower motion, and as well as, is it play controls? I don't think so, right? Maybe. No. Okay. I also have to keyframe this, I'm pretty sure. And let's turn down the lifetime a little bit, because that's a bit much. Maybe like 50 is okay. Also, let's make it bigger in radius, like maybe like this or something. Turn up the number in the beginning. Number variance? I don't even know. Maybe not. Okay. File. I think I needed to pick bitmap. And then what? I think maybe, was it like this? Yeah. And then I think the reason why we needed this is because it gives us the size controls right here. So I can now just do this. Like that. I don't know why this is all the way over here. Now we have this type of an effect. Okay. I think I'll need to turn this a bit, like, make this longer in general. And use that now as our advantage. So, okay, so now I want this to kind of appear throughout this duration, if I can. So let's see. Maybe if I just do this. I think a bit higher than this, so like 100 maybe. And I think I should move this number a little bit, like in the middle, and have it kind of slowly get there. Not like immediately, but just a bit. I think I will also have to have this on a separate fusion composition, because I think it will be easier to kind of overlay it on top and then kind of repeat it. Okay, so that works, but I'll make it a bit longer. That should be okay. Maybe let's turn down the number as well to like half of this. Okay. Alright, now I think I'll just take this and have it on this composition instead. This should work. Yep. So you can see it right there. And now I just need to plug this here. Or I guess maybe like just plug it directly in there. I don't know if this works. I think it should. Yeah, so now that's just on a transparent background. And now it should be here. Now I just need to move it wherever I want. Like somewhere there. That's where the rays are coming from. And just play. And to make this a loop, like seamlessly, I need to take the middle somewhere, I guess like here, And then, wait, what the hell? There. Just move this like that. So, basically, as this is fading out, you need to have this fading in. So we kind of... oh wait, this doesn't work though. I just remembered. You have to have it... maybe if I make a compound clip... particles. Okay, so maybe now it's gonna let me do it. So if I do this, yeah. Okay, good. So now we have this middle part, and then, you know, this one is also sliced. So we just swap them around, or maybe, yeah, we swap them like this. So we start from the middle, this is fading out, and then this one is gonna fade in as the other one is fading out. So now if I loop this, you can see that it's perfectly looping, like it's not... okay, if it's gonna load, that would be great. There. So from this side to that side, it's just like seamless. So that's what we wanted. Now I think maybe I should blur that as well, just to match with this, but then... I'm just trying to think, how can I like incorporate that into the VHS effect of this while also keeping the loop going. That's kind of the hard part. But I think if I just blur it, it shouldn't be an issue. So I'll do that. Let's go open in timeline. I guess Gaussian blur should be okay. Like that should be okay. Be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Alright, 1 second, I'll also turn on the light in the room. Okay. I think that's a pretty good effect. just like a subtle one. I think it's good. This one. Alright, I think for today this is alright. We got the basic, image. Oh, I don't know what the hell's going on with the chat right there. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'll work on more animation, mainly for the tree shadows and whatnot. I think that's it for now. So, I will see you tomorrow, and thank you for watching.